All right. Ugh. New EC detachment. We can talk about that later, though. We gotta dive into these screamers. Yeah. Might have to turn down the brightness on the camera since we're going to be starting with white paint. Which is never a good thing when you have the camera brightness set to high. Ugh. Yeah. The goal is to just match what I've already done, I think. It's a very simple paint scheme. Fluorescent magenta, and then you hit them from the front at an angle with teal. I had to go out and buy more. What's up, Shammy? I had to go out and buy more of all of this. Because I found out I'm running low on Argos Dunes, and I don't have any more. I'm out of fluorescent magenta, so I have new. And then the teal was getting low, so rather than start a stream, run out of paint, which I should have enough white. Yeah, I've got enough white. We're fine. We're just gonna, get into it. It shouldn't take too long. I'm trying to see where the shifter is, though, here. I think, yeah, I hit it with shifter after the magenta. So let me find the shifter I need, a blue magenta shifter. We'll go from there. There we are. Magenta blue, or purple blue. I fully cleaned my airbrush yesterday. Fully. Front to back. I left the main nozzle sitting in a cup filled with cleaner. And it feels perfect today. Recently started repainting Dark Angel's army. I'm pretty happy with how my first Terminator turned out. You doing the bone color Terminators? The Deathwings? They do look cool. I think they're like one of the 2 instances where sepia shade tends to work for people who are actually trying to shade stuff. I have not, but I do have people I can suggest you to take a look at. I think I've posted them a few times. Because these guys are like professional. I know Miniac does one, but there's another guy who does one. His thumbnail for his deep clean video is the maid from Family Guy. And his face on the maid. That's all I remember. But I can look it back up. But he's like, I think he's like Norwegian, or he's like Eastern European. And he has a really thick accent, but he's like a goofy dude. He goes over every element of the airbrush mechanically, the reason why you would want to clean it, like all that stuff, which is super useful. Because the breakdown of it, when you learn how to clean a brush, if someone tells you the mechanical reason why you need to clean those certain parts, it kind of plays into if you're using your brush later and you're like, why is the air oscillating coming out of it? Then you have that moment in your head of like, oh, and you like know the part where you're like, oh, that might need to be like cleaned up real quick. And then you can kind of like do a quick clean on a component. Which is neat. But yeah, we gotta get these guys airbrushed. What was cool is the person I bought them from put them on 32s. Apparently he had already built them forever ago. No, can't open the primer. Yeah, there we go. Because 32s aren't what they're supposed to be on. They're supposed to be on general flying bases. But I hate 32. I hate the flying bases. I want the 32 so I could have the terrain on it. The actual physical looking terrain. Oh, you found it? That guy's good. That guy's really good at what he does. Like, apparently that's his, like, job in life, is airbrushing and stuff. He does a lot of, like, production of things. And, like, color scheming and stuff. So he's kind of just... It's more like a trade skill for him, it feels like. So when he tells you about it, it feels more like he's giving you a long list of experience of, like, what maybe someone taught him. He does cool stuff. I think he does, like, props and things. He doesn't just do minis. He'll do, like, cosplay props. He was one of the big ones. Like, I watched Miniac's video, and Miniac gives you, like, good information, but I feel like the other guy really goes into, like, the nitty-gritty of the why, which is always important to me in videos. Like, if someone just tells me, do this, and it'll work, it's like, cool, but why? Because if you tell me the why, and the why is, like, kind of meh, or just a little too simple, my brain starts to do the thing where it, like, looks around and goes like, oh, I could just do this instead, and it's, like, faster, and it's the same outcome. Especially now that airbrushes are starting to become a little more unique depending on brand and model. Having full knowledge of, like, the mechanics of how it's supposed to work is really useful. But yeah, with these painted, I'll be able to play Scintillating Legion a little easier, although I'm still missing 3 of them. This was a good deal, though. It was basically buy 2, get 1 for boxes of Screamers. But I'm sort of on my way for the ultimate meme list. The list that will never work, but I kind of want to take to one Rogue Trader tournament and see what I can do with it. Thousand Sun jet bikes. You're probably thinking, what the hell do you mean? Well, at a 2,000 point game, you can take half your army as demons. So 3 squads of 6 Screamers. For the rest of my army, it would be 3 squads of 6 enlightened with bows, and then 3 squads of 6 enlightened with spears. The enlightened with spears have shaman in them, giving them 4+ invulnerables against shooting when they're near the Screamers, which they should be. Then the 3 squads of bowmen have enlightened sorcerers on disc, or exalted sorcerers on disc in them. Giving them 18-inch lone op. It's a list that, in theory, cannot be caged. I think I go flamers as well in this army detachment idea. They're not quite jet bikes, but they do have 9-inch move and fly, so... It's one of my favorite ideas I've had in quite some time. It shouldn't work. It won't work. But it'll be funny. I'll put it on the table and people will be like, wait, what the hell? In theory, that is as close of a jail list as you can make in the Thousand Suns. It's literally that. Because, I mean, these guys have 4 up invulns and 3 wounds a pop. So the damage my opponent has to do to me is enough to bring 1 down in a single hit, and he needs to overcome the 50-50 on the armor save. You also have to factor in that one of my shamans with spear squads is going to have the -1 to hit jewel. I think that's the army that gets that. I need to take another look at it. That might just be the mutation herd. I wonder what friggin' enhancements I get in the demon detachment. That would be good. I put too much primer in this airbrush for this last bit. Well, the Aldari can do it because they actually have good rules. I don't think I would be able to hit hard enough. Like, the punch-up I have in that army isn't great. Having lance on those spears is, like, cool, but they don't have enough strength for the lance to matter. Right? And I think they only do 2 damage per. Like, the spears just aren't good enough. If the spears were slightly better in some regard, either AP or damage, I'd accept it. Like, they'd be a lot more effective at their role. But then you don't. But then I don't know. Like, Games Workshop probably jacked the price up in terms of points cost for Enlightened on the field, which then just makes a bunch of people sad. Because right now, Enlightened with spears, you take 2 squads of 3. Those are your squads that do mechanics. And that's it. That's your fast-moving, able to go places they're not supposed to, little squad that's able to just get stuff done. Raise their points cost and they just won't have the value anymore. Okay. Next up, magenta. Let's let this dry a little bit. The first ones are already basically done. These last ones might take a second. So we can actually take a look at the new EC detachment, which I am super happy with as a person who keeps trying to figure out how to put Fulgrim in an army. Like, I know he sucks. I get it. He's hard to maneuver, and all that's kind of crappy. But this new detachment is built around him. And then who knows, once the data slate hits, maybe there'll be some shifts that make it a little more worthwhile to use him. Clean this brush out real quick first. And then we'll take a crack at it. We'll take a look. And then I'll look at the demon detachment too, because I can't remember what the enhancements were for it. I'm going to my buddy's place on Friday a little early. Because everyone's going to be there a little early. I might be able to take a game at the store until about 3 o'clock. And then I'll head over. But I'm going to try to have 2 lists together. I'm getting my Milliput in tonight, which means I'm going to try to finish the Demon Prince sculpts up tonight. So that tomorrow we can quickly paint those as well. I already painted the armor pieces. Those are done. We just got to paint the bodies, which are mostly just color. Like, I think the airbrush actually ends what we need to do with those models. I like it. We're about to look at it, too. Let me take my glove off. Michael Jackson style. Hee hee. Fade. There we go. Check it out. So, so this makes them kind of like Blood Angels. I like it, but it's also more to track. For those who don't know, Emperor's Children can advance, fall back, shoot, and charge, so long as their targets are specific. If they fell back from it, they cannot attack it again. They can also not attack something another unit has already attacked, regardless of whether or not they fell back or advanced. So, when you fall back or advance to then go into a charge, you have a limit. This is now a limit within melee itself. Each time this unit is selected to fight, so you have to have charged, which hopefully that's the case with you in Emperor's Children, which is great. It can use this ability, so you can use this ability. If it does until the end of the phase, this unit cannot target a unit it was within engagement range of at the start of the turn. This is a weird one for me. So start of the turn. So, okay, it has to be a fresh unit for the individual squad. Simple enough. Because technically what you should be doing when you're playing EC is when you go in, you should always be falling back to go into something else. You should just be consistently running around. Because you always want fights first, so why would you stay in combat? Is kind of the way it goes. This unit cannot target a unit that was the target of another unit's charge or attacks this phase. So, this is literally everything has to be solo. Which, in my head, makes for an interesting list. Because you don't need a lot of stuff on the front line that are considered hammers. You just need a couple big things, right? Like, this is where your Demon Princes come in. This is where Fulgrim comes in. This is where maybe I run one squad of Infractors. Like, one big squad of Infractors. And I'll show you why in a second. Like, in my head, the list right now is Noise Marines with Cacophonist, one big squad of Infractors. It's up in the air whether I actually care about giving them an Exultant. I probably will. Lethal hits is always fun. But then you get improved strength and armor pen for the melee weapons. So I think I need an on-foot Demon Prince here. Because what you're looking at here is if my on-foot Demon Prince is sticking with the front line, it's technically an increase of AP by 2 in combat. Because his aura does AP 1. This is another aura of AP 1. So, strength-wise, what you're looking at is, I think Demon Princes are strength 9 at that point. Let me just pull it up. Because bracketing here is important. My buddy plays Black Templar, and he likes the idea of going up in strength when he runs in. But, like, most of the time when he does it, he's wounding on 3s, and then he ups his strength, and he's still wounding on 3s. So it's like, there's no change. So there's a weird position in your head of, like, what brackets where and why, right? And this is with any Emperor's Children unit. So you have really cool concepts in this. Like, so the melee weapons on Demon Princes would then be AP 9, which I think what? That's a Armiger? That's an Armiger, a Rhino. It's like medium tanks for 4-ups, specifically. AP3 is what it gets then. So yeah, that's not bad for 6 attacks. I think the real trick here, though, is even though Strength 7 isn't great, it doesn't really bracket anywhere. I think that equates to a 4-up into Death Guard, though. Like Death Guard Termies. It makes him Death Guard Termy capable, although the damage is too low, so you wouldn't want to do it. But 14 attacks, hitting on 2, Strength 7, AP1, damage 1. Which, the reason I like Thousand Sun Demon Princes is because their sweep attacks have AP. Which is good into, like, general people, right? Because I've done regular Demon Prince attacks into, like, fodder units and have killed a quarter of what I've wounded, which is absolutely insane. But once you add AP1 into the mix, it's like, oh, this isn't so bad. But again, the Demon Prince on foot's ability is everyone within 6 inches. If the unit charged that is within 6 inches of this Demon Prince, they get an extra armor pen of 1. I think there's a place for Demon Princes on feet here. At least 1. Not like 4 or something, but just 1. I mean, maybe more than 1, because they're T10, which is brutal. But, But yeah, the Fulgrim thing. Reducing the CP cost, because you're going to be CP starved in this army, like, most of the time. Like, most frickin' EC armies. You don't want to spend CP for, like, the first 2 turns, because you need to save up for a big turn. But the fact that Fulgrim can use free go through walls, or I think it's the free go through walls, right? Yeah. No. Yeah, it's free go through walls. It's the breach. Or a 1 command point variant of full reroll against characters, which is really good because it's a character unit. So if an enemy's like, yo, I've got all these really cool characters in my unit, or I have this one character in my really big, scary unit, like, full rerolls on Fulgrim for 1 command point into that unit, pretty good, actually. Like, really good. Then you come over here, and you get things like, each time a model in this bearer's unit makes a melee attack, you can ignore any or all modifiers to attack's weapon skill characteristics and any or all modifiers to hit and wound rolls. Now, this is kind of important, in my opinion, if you want to run a really big brick of infractors. You get an Exultant, you give it this. Oh, Jesus Christ. Stop it. I did not know this was a thing. You give it to a really big brick of infractors. Because then you have 42 attacks about that can go into anything at AP 2, Strength 5, or AP 3 if they have a Demon Prince following them around. And that's, you can't negatively affect the weapon skill or the hit rating, which that's really good against Death Guard. That's really good against a lot of different unit types in Space Marines. That's really good into, like, there's just so many good defensive units. This has a potential, at least, of killing a bunch of frickin' Scarab Occult Terminators who are just passively -1 to wound. Guess what? No longer. Not -1 to wound anymore, and there's lethal hits involved, and there's Strength 5, which I think is the toughness of a Scarab Occult Terminator off the top of my head. Thousand Suns, I'm pretty sure. I'm not misremembering that. Because it's supposed to be a big jump between regular Terminators and Death Guard Terminators. Yeah, it's T5. So I'm wounding on 4s, lethal. Like, you can't negate my hit. Like, if there's a ploy that you have access to as a Thousand Suns player to reduce hit rolls in melee, guess what? Can't use it against me. Like, this is good. This is insanely good for your Hammer Squad. And technically, I think that's the only real way to do it. You can give your Flawless Blades lethal hits with the Lord Exultant. I don't think you want to, though. Like, I don't think this is useful. Like, it's fine, because then you get the +1 to move, and he can keep up with them. But, like, whatever. At the start of the fight phase, you can select one enemy unit within engagement range and make them take a battle shock. We've already talked about this heavily, about how battle shock needs to be completely revitalized or altered. Because a -1 for a battle shock is, like, whatever. There's not even, like, things in the army that further push that right now. So, like, you don't have to care about this. This is, like, a nothing burger. Add 1 to the strength attack characteristics of the bearer's melee weapons. And that's for a Demon Prince. So, 1 to the strength and attack. This is going to be big on, like, your bunker breaker, right? As a Demon Prince with wings. I think it's DP with wings this is capable of. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, this is for your bunker breaker. Because if he runs in, he goes from strength 9 to 10 on 7 attacks. With AP 3. So this is for a bunker breaker, Demon Prince, and then you take this for a really big squad of infractors. You just go. What's cool though, and I like this, because this whole list feels like, oh well, this is all about melee. This is kind of like the better version of not Chosen, Peerless Bladesman, right? It's kind of like the meant for Demon Prince's Peerless Bladesman. But no, not really, because you have this. If you have a good squad of Noise Marines, improving the strength and armor pen of all your Noise Marines that are within 12 inches of the enemy, I think in this list I take at least 2 squads of Noise Marines. Cacophonists are up in the air. You probably take them, but if you don't have room, you don't have room. Because then you put them in Rhinos. Rhinos can advance and things can hop out of them as though it normal moved. So you get 12-inch movements plus a D6. You can hop out with an entire squad of Noise Marines. I think you can fit... I have to double check it. I think you can fit 2 squads of Noise Marines in a single Rhino if you need to. But then you spend a command point on one of them that pops out, and next thing you know, you've got strength 11 weapons with AP 3, damage 3. That's really, really good. Like, genuinely just really good. But you want to push this even further. There's dumb things you can do with this. Absolutely dumb things you can do with this, because it's just Emperor's Children units. Which you're probably looking at like, well, what do you mean? Yeah, okay, Land Raider. 4 strength 13 AP 5 las cannon shots. 4? Heavy bolters hitting at strength 6 AP 2 damage 2. And then a Havoc missile launcher. Even at like slight tier. Not as good as Noise Marines in this play, but like being able to take a weapons platform like a Land Raider and being like, let me give it a little extra oomph, could be just enough to like mess with people. So like this is beautiful. This is great, especially if you run Fulgrim, because you don't want to spend 2 CP for this at any other time in the game. You only want to spend 1. Fulgrim exists. Hooray. Speaking of which, Fulgrim going in with this main detachment rule is absolutely sick. Absolutely sick. The AP 1 is huge for him, for the increase. Let me pull up his general stats. Fulgrim. So you get your option of 6 attacks, hitting on 2, strength 15 AP 4, D6 plus 1 damage. Or strength 9 now, AP 3 damage 2, 12 attacks. And then his extra attacks become strength 7 AP 2. Like, he's just all over the place with this nonsense. I mean, even if you just plan on going like a Fulgrim Lucius combo, which is usually not the way to go necessarily, although he is pretty good to leave on a backline by himself. Lucius alone goes to strength 9, which isn't a good bracket. Although strength 9 is like shredding medium tier tanks pretty easily. But then he's AP 4, damage 3, which is nuts. Or his Lash of Torment, which arguably the Lash of Torment at strength 4 is kind of garbage. But at strength 5, AP 2, damage 1 is great into killing fodder. It's so good. So you get this. You get the ability to make demons and, like, Fulgrim go through walls. This is huge. Making these hard-to-position models that have huge range go through walls. As a person who played Soulforged with Helldrakes so that I could go 20 inches through walls, this is incredible. Which also begs the question. Let me double-check something here real quick. Let me double-check. Possible sleeper unit in this squad. Okay. Emperor's Children Demon Unit. This is a Helldrake. You can make a Helldrake with a 20-inch move advance through walls. And then because this rule only affects anything Emperor's Children, if a Helldrake charges, it becomes... it's still not great, but it's still Strength 8, AP 2, Damage 2, Anti-Fly, Dev Wounds. So if something flies on the enemy team, you can just send a Helldrake through all the buildings and kill it. Like, I don't know, there's something so, like, sleeper hit about that. I mean, it still sucks for the points. I wouldn't do it. It's like 195 points to pull that off. But, like, it being a universal thing makes it really, really good. Because then you just look over at, like, Mauler Fiends, which is what everyone kind of relies on in separation of everything else. So your Lasher Tendrils are Strength 8, AP 2, Damage 1. That's really good for the extra attacks. And then you get Strength 15 on your fists, AP 3. AP 2 is like okay, but then you go into a tank in a Space Marine army and they're like AOC, and you're like, all right, cool. But that's kind of where you hope, like, you've got a Mauler Fiend, and then I think the on-foot Demon Prince ability works on them. Let me double check that it's not just infantry. Yeah, it's just a Slanesh unit. So you can up a Mauler Fiend AP 4 Strength 15 with just one Demon Prince on a charge. And then the big one. The big one that honestly matters probably the most in the entirety. Well, actually, there's two. So I've been hit with this out of Tyranid armies. This is probably one of the most important one command point uses you can have in a game. Is this. Being able to make your demon, either Fulgrim, who has a massive base, or Demon Prince, which isn't that bad, allow everyone within 6 to reroll their charge rolls. That is huge. Going into a Tyranid army where the person I was playing against had a Hive Lord or whatever the leader was, standing in the middle of like 10 monsters, and then one command point allowing all of them to reroll their charge rolls. Oh, it hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. But then this. Just after an enemy unit is shot, you can Blood Surge. It's only 1d6 though, so you have to be pretty close already. But the fact that you could have that big squad of infractors and then like lose 2 or 3 of them and then just Blood Surge into something, that's actually really cool. Because it's only the closest enemy, so if your opponent messes up their sequencing of shooting into your squad, you just go. And it's even better with the fact that it's just an Emperor's Children unit. DPs. If you're not super worried about needing the charge mortals, you can just Blood Surge a DP in for a -1 to hit coming up. But like the big thing would be that big brick of infractors suddenly like losing 3 infractors and then just surviving because now they're in combat with something. As long as you put them within like 3 inches of an enemy or 2 inches of an enemy, it just works out. This is a really good detachment. Change strength. Yeah, this was funny because this used to be a 2-up. Change strength. It's really good. Let's get back to the Screamers, shall we? I'm excited to try it at least once. I'm probably not going to try it this weekend, though. I'm kind of burned out on Emperor's Children, having played at RTT with them. But at some point, we might go back to them. I'll try the list. I do feel like I need a lot more Flawless Blades at some point here. Because I do kind of, like, okay. So the other person who was running Carnival, who beat me by 2 points in the overall, was running basically all Flawless Blades and a Land Raider and Lucius. Noise Marines with no Kakos. I need one more squad of Noise Marines. That way I have them all. Fluorescent Magenta. Good though. Looking forward to getting back into them. I do need to reassess build though. I do think a lot of what I should be aiming for in Emperor's Children nowadays is like a couple really big scary squads, like what I used to do when I was first trying stuff out. And then maybe leaning more into the Chaos Spawn and the Infractors, like MSU Infractor squads, as my action monkeys. Because that was kind of always the initial plan for me. Was I really liked the idea. I wanted to play Mercurial. Mercurial had a really cool upgrade enhancement that I gave my Infractors that gives them +1 to hit if you're below starting, +1 to wound if you're below half. AKA the finishing gun. So I gave those to the Infractors, but I think you're supposed to give them to Noise Marines. Because Noise Marines hitting on 2s is a scary prospect. Honestly, the main reason they probably did this detachment is because the Battle Force for EC is out, and the Battle Force is Fulgrim and some Flawless Blades. And everyone's sentiment up till this moment was Fulgrim is the biggest waste of time for you to purchase and build as an Emperor's Children player, outside of just wanting to have him. So this is kind of their, like, oh yeah moment. What do you think of Fulgrim now? I don't think this outpaces Coterie. I still don't understand how Coterie works. And I tried to explain my issues with it to a guy who was playing, who played Chaos Knights into me. I was like, where's the punch? And he was like, the Demon Princes. I was like, the 2 things that I had on the field that you killed in the first turn, that was it. Or the second turn, rather. The things that when I actually managed to charge you with them, they only did like 1 mortal on their charge mortals, despite having full health. That's the punch. Why does he field 3 squads of Noise Marines in an army that can't take advantage of lethals, or lethal sustain on them? Because lethal sustain only works on the melee weapons. And then not put Cacophonous in them, meaning lethals on, or sustains on 5s never becomes a thing for them. Like, how does it work? I need to know. Like, I just don't feel connected to coterie. Like, I'm not coterie coded, I guess. But yeah, I do think coterie would still work better than the new detachment. But I'm going to do it. I mean, I'm a Fulgrim player all the way. Give me the ability to go through a wall. I'll take it. Roll a 6 on an advance, pay a command point, and just go. Still, though, we need to see what the balance data slate's gonna do. That's bigger than anything here. Because if the balance data slate comes out and like the stats of Fulgrim change, or stats of like other units change, or points values change, all of this could be for naught, or all of this could be incredible. And I'm currently not sure which one I'm expecting. God, so many of them. But how's everyone doing out there? Everything going all right? I got a job text today from one of those like bot job seekers. It was like, hey, are you actually looking for work? I was like, yeah, what up? A little more business savvy in my response than that. But then it came back with like a garble of non-English English. Like just words that didn't make sense in any order. As well as like a question mark emote. Yeah, can we get your information? I don't think so. Not today, Satan. Ah. I think my buddy's gonna try out the Harlequin detachment. I kind of want to ask the one competitive player I usually go to tournaments with, because he said that one of the armies he was about to play in the next year for tournament play, to like try to see what he could figure out about them, and then like see how far he can take them in an actual GT scene, was Harlequins. But he explicitly said Reaper's Wager, because the Harlequin Grotmus hadn't been out yet. So I'm wondering if he looked at that and was like, I'm gonna do that to see if like I can challenge myself for pure Harlequin, or if he's still thinking Reapers, because he does want to play, I think, Drakari, at which point, I mean, he'd probably just stick with Reapers and not go full Aldari Harlequins, which is fine. I think it'd be crazy for him to be like, yo, I think there's play with pure Harlequins. And then he just starts playing them at tournaments. That'd be wild. Alright, magenta needs to dry. A little bit more on a lot of these. Still seeing some pools and puddles. It is such a bright magenta though. Holy crap. Then from here, we go shifter. Specifically blue-purple. The reason I like doing shifter before the final coat is because it kind of makes the magenta stuff look like magical. And then when you hit it with the actual color that you're going to go over top of it, usually like white and blue on my birds or just blue in general, is you get this effect of the shadows being shimmery, like the recesses, because we're going to be doing kind of like that airbrush from an angle hit to turn it blue, which kind of makes the Screamer itself feel like it's becoming corporeal on one side while still housing that incorporeal state that they start in. Which is kind of in my head where the 4+ invuln comes from. Occasionally you'll shoot at one and it'll just pass through because it's not really there. Oh, what's up, Moon Salad? It's going okay. We went over the Emperor's Children detachment that is Fulgrim focused. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'll probably give it a try at some point, just not immediately. We were talking about how this amount of Screamers is going to lead me to my next series of Thousand Suns projects that we're going to do slowly over time, which is getting another 3 Screamers, so we have the full amount that I need. And then another full squad of, at least 1 full squad, maybe 2, of Enlightened with bows. And then at least 1, if not 2 full squads of Enlightened with spears. That way we have all the possible Enlightened I can have. And we can run a Thousand Suns jet bike army. I think it would be hilarious. It'd be the most meme list ever to take to a tournament. I doubt it would ever do well. But in my head, there is a level of horror that comes from, what is it? 6, 12, 18 can opener style demons with 4-up saves, 3 wounds, and the ability to rip tanks apart. And then you've got the same number plus some shaman of similarly focused mid-range killing melee that have charge mortals and stuff, and that they kind of work off of each other. Oh, you in busy mode? It's alright, I was trying to look up the detachment enhancements for the demon detachment for Thousand Suns to see what I could give what. I think it's change host. Yep. So I can do forced battle shocks. That's not bad, actually. That's at the start of the shooting phase. While the bearer is within 6 inches from the scintillating legion, the bearer channels warp. Add 1 to the psychic test. I could do that on one of the shaman, giving him +1 to channel, which is nice for the front line. Oh. Oh, neat. At least you've got some stuff on hand. Select up to 3,000. Oh, this is uppy downy, which might work. Might be useful. Actually, that could be really good. Duplicitous Malediction with the uppy downy. Give that to a shaman. Oh, it's 3,000 Suns units, though. That's actually not good. 1,000 Suns infantry model only. Well, maybe. I could use... Even though it's a jet bikey army, I could use the 4 Sekatar robots I have. Put them in mid to hold an area, and then pick them back up and put them somewhere else, or just put them in reserve or something. I mean, ready is a big air quotes concept for Warframe for me. I mean, I'm up to date. Half my frames, 1-tap most everything. I actually tried to do the 1999 mission earlier that required It was one of those dailies that requires you to like do 6 finishers before you leave, and I brought a guy in that was a little too strong. So I never got to I had to like stop doing things and let my teammates get finishers cuz I couldn't. I was just killing everything. I should have brought my Ashe in. Ashe gets the finishers in an instant. Once per battle at the start of any phase, the bearer can use this enhancement. If it does till the end, the bearer is a 2+ invulnerable. There's not a lot of good stuff there. I need to, while this is drying, I'm going to take a second. Go grab some water or something. So I will BRB. And then we can talk about Warframe, because I only looked a little bit into it. I haven't looked at a lot. Is it mostly that you're saying the update's tomorrow, or are you saying they actually released the update info? Because then we can talk about that. But let me be right back. Alright, I'm back. No new info. No one's saying anything? I know I saw that they were doing a stream where they were just kind of showing off either in-game models or artwork or something for it. Ugh. All right, elemental shifter. But the way I usually view most Warframe updates is it's going to be 8 hours of story. There's a chance it's going to be designed where you're not going to be able to see the full story until you play for like a month. I know they have that tower they showed us. The roguelike tower. That's kind of interesting to me. But again, a lot of the stuff about Warframe that it boils down to is whether or not the endgame feels interesting in whatever type of system you're playing. And I don't know if it's going to. I liked the 1999 Archimedean stuff. He's so shiny now. I liked the Demos endgame content, doing those weeklies and stuff. That's cool. Although it does kind of get old. And I don't know about the structure of it. I dislike the structure of those, that it seems like it's built around the idea of like, you need a massive stable of warframes and weapons in order to do it. And they all need to be like pretty high tier. So, like, it's definitely endgame. Because every time I ever go to it, it's like, man, you put a lot of work into all those warframes and weapons all over the place. Because I have. I don't just have, like, one set of weapons that's good and, like, one warframe that's good. I've got a bunch that are fully spec'd and tiered and, you know, full upgraded, full arcaned, all of it. I went crazy. And I feel like for the first, like, 4 weeks of doing the weeklies, the game was pretty consistent at being like, oh, that's all really cool. Here, your 3 warframes of the week is one that you think won't work in general just because of its lack of survivability. Like, overall. And then 2 that could work that you just didn't want to get. Enjoy. Like, the first week I did them, there was one warframe I had that I didn't put a lot of effort into figuring out. I wanted to, but I didn't like its playstyle, so I didn't care. And that was Atlas. But Atlas was like the only frame I owned in the list of 3 frames you needed to take to this mission. So I spent 2 days tuning my Atlas so that I could go in there and just press punch over and over again to do millions of damage while simultaneously being invulnerable because of the punch animation. And it worked. And I was like, oh, hopefully next week I get one of like the 20 to 30 other frames that I've already fully tuned so I don't have to worry about this. Nope. Hey, you know that Zephyr you've had for a while that you didn't really want to upgrade? You should probably look into upgrading that. Or you can go get a Baruch. Fully upgrade that. Or a Ureli that you still didn't have at the time. It's like, okay. Okay, game. And then all the weapons are, like, the worst picks ever. Like, I've got every Kuva type fully updated. I've got pretty much all, I think, except for one of the sisters' weaponry. At this point, I have, like, all of the infested weaponry. And then I have a metric ton of, like, I think I have almost all the prime weapons. Pretty much fully tuned. A lot of them involving Riven mods. Like, good Riven mods. And the game was still like, hey, do you have a penta? Or whatever. No, it was the comics. The twin comics. Or no, I think it was a single comic that it was like, yo, use a single comic. Like, what are you doing, game? Yo, dog, I see you have a fully spec'd Oclex Prime. Do you have a single X? That was my life. That was my life playing Warframe. We're gonna have to set these guys aside for when I hit it from an angle with blue. I don't want it to, like, randomly hit them. Uh-oh. I think some of the shifter pigment got stuck in the barrel. feel like this cup, my filtration cup isn't working. It's probably because this cotton swab is completely gunked. Keeping all the pressure inside. Get a new cotton swab at some point. Alrighty then. We need teal. We have our old teal. And jar just in case new teal. Uh-oh. Toss in some flow improver real quick. It's probably because it's too cold. Ugh. Hell yeah. Screamer 1. Screamer 2. Isn't it always National Ask Stupid Questions at Work Day? Or have I been misinformed? What was the stupid question? And what's the context? Because, like, that's a wide variety, right? Stupid question could be like, it's the medical field, and someone asked if they could just pull the plug on someone they didn't like. It's like, I think you might need to call HR or something. Was it the pill room? Was it the room with the drugs that need to be controlled and monitored? Should we lock the morphine room? I mean, I kind of get it. So my sister's mentally handicapped, and we deal with like government assistance stuff like all the time. And watching as like government workers, like, it's such a weird concept, and I think it's something that like not enough people see in a day to realize like how crazy this shit is. But watching them like talk about the people they're doing the stuff for, the names that they, or like the referencing names that they use to like, because they changed the names of the people in their programs from like people to like consumers. Like they have to refer to them as consumers. It's just like a weird word to be like, that's what we label them. And then to watch them go from that to like, I mean, this is just a whatever job. They just don't pay attention. When you find out that people in the work sites that some of these people get sent to can get like sexually abused by other quote consumers unquote, and that it's just like whatever to them. It's such a weird concept of just like dehumanization that they exist within. And that, to them, that's just cool. Like, they're just like, yeah, it's fine. It's whatever, man. We'll get them to pick apples so that this major company can get a tax break. And there we go. Baseline Blue Horrors. Dude, it's been crazy having to deal with all that. Still, the wildest thing in my head about it, like the whole thing is, my sister really wanted a job. Like, she does want to like do stuff societally and like help out. Conceptually, she's capable enough to do like simple things like cashier and stocking and things. So she through the program, through like the state program, she eventually got into Wawa, like the local Wawa, which is, I don't know where you live. It's kind of like a gas station slash, you know, get some food here kind of situation, but it's like higher end than normal. Like, you're not buying like gas station sushi at like a weird no-name place and then no, you're getting like decent sandwiches, decent whatever. It's just better quality than normal. So she did that through the state program. The state program provided her transportation, like all this, because it had to. And I mean, she can't drive herself places. That's not a thing she can do. And then the moment it started working, right? Like the moment they were like, oh yeah, she's doing well now there. She's able to get there thanks to the state transportation. She's able to hold down the job for at least a part-time thing throughout the week. It's good. It's fine. And we were like, yeah, this is awesome. And they were like, cool. So because she's doing fine, we're taking away her transportation. And we were like, wait, what? So apparently you only get transportation when you're not doing fine. And then when they think you're doing fine, they'll just take it away from you. And there's not like... There's no public transportation locally that's good enough to be like, oh yeah, cool, she'll just use the bus. No. No, there's no bus. They actually closed the bus station down that was near us. Like the bus stop that we had. And even then, if you use the buses, you might show up like an hour late. Because the buses always run late locally. So like that's our local state program for people like that. Is just to like get them to a point where it's like, oh, they're doing stuff and they're being like they're interacting and they're doing positive things societally. Let's take that away from them now. It's like, why do we keep doing this? What are we doing? Let me get the airbrush stuff out of here. Cut this one off. Evacuate the tank. So that's been super fun. Yeah, you're a couple states above me. All right, let's clear the masking. Well, the old New York programs were like weird. Like they had programs that were pretty active, but there was like a level. We knew someone who worked in like a facility in New York where the whole like what it sounded like was constantly happening was people would just like show up to their door with like a kid that had a mental disability and they'd just be like, take him, and just walk away. And it was like weird. I wish you didn't glue them to the bases, but little blue tape, all it takes. Dude, I can't wait to try these out. I wish he had the rest of them that I needed, but I get it. Like, all I need is 3 more. I also bought new dice. I did it. I still prefer dice that have the physical numbers on them as opposed to the symbols. Like the dots. I don't know, my brain reads the numbers better. It sees the numbers and I'm able to more quickly remove like misses and like know what to reroll when I see the actual like number symbols rather than dot symbols. So I ordered 30 of the 16 mil kind of version that's similar to the dice that I really like, the blue. I don't think I'm ever going to get the actual visual aesthetic dice that I really like. The little tiny ones that I have from the old Games Workshop Maelstrom dice set, it's just visually and aesthetically my favorite dice set of all time. Because it's whatever one you get. Yeah, a lot of people seem to like numbers over pips, but it is what it is. Everyone can have their opinion on it. But the Maelstrom dice set, the thing, I bought them. That was like one of the first dice bricks that I bought to try to like up my dice collection because I didn't have any at the time. And I was using them and I was like, yeah, they're fine, they're whatever. But then I really started looking at them and they're really tiny, but they're still like, the dice themselves are marbled. Like they have, it's like a light blue to a dark blue marble. And it looks so good. And the font for the numbers is like this really nice looking, almost gothic font. It just looks so cool and I was really happy with it. And I'm never getting large dice like it. So I bought square edged. They looked matte in the picture, and I'm hoping they are matte because I really prefer matte dice over like glossy dice. Really hate glossy dice. But it's dark blue, white text, number instead of pip, 16 mil instead of the 8 mils. Because, yeah, like, the first 2 games I played at the tournament, my dice were absolute garbage. I was rolling the worst I've ever rolled, like, in a very long time. And then the guy in the second game was like, I have noticed that, like, larger dice seem to be more consistent about rolling closer to statistical average than what small dice do for some reason. And I was like, alright, I'll try it. And I switched over to my big blue and gold and blue and gray Chessex dice with pips. And yeah, that third guy I fought got absolutely trounced. See? Pretty simple. Pretty simple, functional way doing what you need to do to get the color scheme right. It's not about it needing to be all shader and craziness. It's just about it looking good enough. Good enough to be read, good enough to be visually interesting. Alright, let me get my yellow so flat. Personally, I'd want to use my metal dice, but I don't think anyone would be happy with me using my metal dice. I love my metal dice, but I think I only have 12. I have like, no, maybe 15. And I'm starting to get to the point where I'm like, I need to attack 40 times. But the metal dice were fun. I'm working in a small corner in like a small art table with an airbrush. Hopefully you've got like that, at least that much room to work with. You don't need a ton of space, and airbrushes are small enough that you can put them away. We're actually at a point right now where you can buy a USB powered airbrush that's like, it looks just like a really big vape pen. Like, you almost don't have to care that much. With, like, I have a big tank on mine, and that's, yeah, I get that that's probably not the best to put places. But you can sort of get away with at least doing effects with like a small compressor airbrush, like a handheld compressor airbrush. I wouldn't say like priming with a handheld compressor airbrush is a good idea. I imagine your airbrush would get clogged a lot. You'll probably need to use a lot of thinner and flow improver to help out. And money-wise, those small ones are real cheap. Like, real cheap. But yeah, always got a plan for the plunge. It's definitely not like an impulse buy. Yeah, definitely look for a handheld one. Like a tiny one. You could practically just put it in a drawer. I've even seen fun ones at my local art store. This is a weird one. So they used to sell like the full airbrushes. That's where I got mine. I got it on sale because no one was buying airbrushes from this art store. So they were like, let's just get rid of them, clear the space out and let it go. So they put them on a really steep discount for the compressor and the brush. And that's what I picked up. The brush died after a year and a half, or was getting close to at least me needing to full clean it to fix it. But right around that time was when Gallery contacted me and was like, yo, do you want Gallery brush? And tell people about the Gallery brush. Hashtag ad, by the way. But like my art store right now has a quote unquote airbrush, but it's U powered. So you put your mouth to like a pipe and you like blow into it and it creates like the airflow you need into the airbrush to like spray. Which is hilarious. Could you imagine me painting these with that thing? I'd like black out halfway through. We'd be getting the last of the primer on, and then you'd just see me, like, the back of my head slam into the table in front of me as I'm just blacked out. Sort of like the kid markers, yeah. My one hobby shop near me got in the Army Painter Speed Paint pens. Those are interesting. It's like a marker. It's basically, you can buy them at any hobby shop. But, like, you can buy empty markers that you can refill at hobby shops. And then they just put, like, the contrast paint into the marker. And then they're selling the marker itself to you. So you can just, you sort of pick the model up that's white primered and you just draw on it. Pretty cool. I wouldn't say useful, but, you know, cool. They're still not carrying the Fanatic line, which is a little annoying. They carry a Prisma line, though. It's apparently a new, well, new back when they got it, probably like a year ago. It's a line of color that's meant more for like D&D mini painting. It's decently opaque, but the bottles are so tiny. I think it's mostly meant for people who are like, I only need to paint 2 models, so I don't need to buy like a gallon of paint kind of situation. They're just the tiniest ever paint bottles. This is kind of step 1. This is like the only part of this process that takes time. It's me picking out which spikes and eyeballs I gotta paint yellow. In preparation for the green. Beautiful. Can't wait for them to make Screamers not that good. Turn around and make Flamers actually useful. Oh yeah, we gave Flamers anti-tank. We took it away from the Screamers. So much forward-facing teeth. Working. Let's do the spikes back here. I'll hold the camera out a little bit. There you go. Oh yeah, new episode of Mighty Nine is out today. Forgot. I'll have to watch it after we're done here. Your choices of what? Choices of locking a door? What? Did you go to office in a Justin Bieber outfit or something? Because then I'd be questioning as well. I love hard tokens. I actually have a key fob token for my Google accounts. think it's called the Titan key. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, unless you know it's there, you're never gonna know it's actually there for freaking Google. One of the guys on our podcast brought it up with us, like, off stream. Because a lot of what we do is, I mean, YouTube and stuff, and a lot of your life is linked to your email, and most of us are just, like, Gmail type stuff. So he was like, dude, 100%. It's, I think you can turn it on to have to use it every time, but it's one of those situations where, like, you can kind of keep using your email, like, normally, and then if it gets hacked, you just plug it in, and it'll take full control of your email and give you access to, like, changing passwords and... It's like the full override. And it's a USB-C hookup, so I think most modern phones, I think even Apple's moving over to USB-C. I think they can use it. I remember I was in high school and they were doing sort of like career day stuff where they were bringing in people to talk about, like, interesting careers. And one of them was internet security, and they came in with the keychain key fobs. The ones that have, like, little screens on them that oscillate codes. So if you had a server or an email address or something, the only way you'd be able to access it is to have the key fob next to you, and then it would be like, enter PIN, and the PIN would be on your key fob. And it would rotate like every 20 minutes or something. Yep. They gave us one for, like, showing up to the career day thing. They were like, here, have a free one. Isn't it interesting? And I was like, I mean, yeah. But, like, it's interesting because you basically handed me a key with no door. I have a buddy who worked at a contracting, like a government engineering contracting company. And I remember over COVID, he was talking to me about how the people he worked with were like actively converting a lot of the stuff they had in their engineering like building into like Bitcoin mining software. It was so crazy. So they like completely custom made boards for that type of stuff. I got the bottom of the back talons. No, I didn't. No, yeah, that's like my dad's laptop when he worked at AIG. He stopped working there, and they were like, "Yeah, you can have the laptop," but it was like one of those hyper secured laptops. Like he wasn't really able to do much with it because everything kind of had to run through like AIG's IT group. So my dad was asking me to like upgrade it for him. I was like, I don't think that's a thing I can do. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And then I did it, and it was like unrecognized configurations. And basically just hard locked him out of his computer. He's like, why is it doing that? I was like, I told you. High security laptop. I love explaining him stuff. He just got a new PC and he was... I had to explain to him what Dell Copilot, or what a Microsoft Copilot was. He was like, oh, that's cool. And I was like, Dell's even Microsoft's even come forward and said that most of the information that goes into it, that like comes off your laptop, goes to a data center. So like, it's basically just taking your info. Careful what you type in on that thing. Bye. Ugh. I'll probably do the texture paste and everything off stream. Once we get to the part where everything's green that needs to be green, I'll probably call it for today. I'm waiting for the milliput to show up. And then off stream I'm going to work on getting the stones built and placed for my demon princes with wings to stand on. So that they'll be dry by tomorrow and we can actually work on those tomorrow. My buddy that works in engineering, when the last office he worked for, or I think like 2 offices ago, it was like a bunch of old head engineers. But the way it worked was every time they got a project, they would just hand it to him and tell him to do it. And like, this was a place that one of our friends' dads like used to work at, and then all of a sudden he showed back up there. And they like rehired him. And they were constantly talking about like budget problems and they couldn't give him raises despite like him constantly meeting and exceeding like requirements for his job. They were like, we don't really have money in the budget. And then they like rehired our friend's dad, who's like really old. And he said, like, the last couple times he walked by the guy's office, he was, like, playing RuneScape or something. On the computer. He was like, dude, I gotta get out of here. So now he's in a new place. Still doesn't like the new place, because it still feels kind of the same. He's the head of, like, his side of kind of the department, but it sounds like all the people that they have working for him have no idea what to do. So, like, he ends up just having to do everything anyway. Nice. Was the air quality pristine at least? So that's the kind of job I would want. Like, where do we find those jobs? Guy that shows up and then checks the air quality. Sounds like right up my alley. I'll just sit there and paint minis all day. Maybe get some videos actually put together. Well, like in general, nail salon paint and all that, yeah. It's good to have like a hood, like an air hood, get a mask on. It's not just sitting around inhaling paint thinner and shit. I mean, it's all chemicals. I think I heard clown lung was a thing. Specifically in like the makeup industry. It's where all like the powdered makeups and everything that you work with every day, you just keep inhaling it, keep inhaling it. Next thing you know, like, you're in surgery and they're just removing big clumps of like balls of makeup from your lungs. This is crazy. We had a nail salon right next door to where our game store was for a while. And literally just in a day, it would go from like everything's cool to all of a sudden like our stores. I think the people who ran like the overall business gave the nail salon the ability to like hook their exhaust hoods up to our air conditioning system. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. There would just be times of the day where we'd be sitting there and then it would just be nail polish. Like, you could just... It was like it was right next to your face. It just smelled so, like, pungent. There's nothing you could do to get rid of it. You'd be sitting there coughing. And your just lungs would be on fire. We were never able to, like, win with any of the locations we ever moved our store to. The first store location just had huge issues. Thanks to that frickin' nail salon. But out here, man, nail salons are everywhere. It's like an infestation. I feel like every shop that ever opens up, like every retail outlet location, the first thing that ever goes in there is a nail salon. It's actually a little crazy. Five more to go. No, yeah, nail techs are up there. It's just like, it's kind of crazy if you really think about it. Just the quantity of nail techs that seem to be needed in any area to like match public population requirement. Because even now, like, I hear from people, it's like, oh, I can't find someone at a salon that like has openings in their schedule. And it's like, whoa, that's crazy. Meanwhile, I'm hearing about like barber shops where the people are just like, I get one person a day. I need to look into a new line of work. It's like, wow, that's absolutely nuts. I mean, I've never been to one, but like I keep everywhere I go. There's a nail salon next to the pizza place I go. There's a nail salon pretty close to the Warhammer store that I go to. God, there's so many places. They just all keep opening new spots. This is good too because I do like AOS. I don't play it enough, but getting all these demons super helpful. Screamers are kind of good. Quick, durable. So the new Emperor's Children Detachment. I think if I attempt it, I think we do Rhinos, definitely. I think I put my Noise Marines in them. So I could have a really good Noise Marine delivery system, because you got to get them within 12. Oh, I'm not even watching the Ultramarine videos. They've even said in Dawn of War they're going to be getting some allies or something to like help out. I'm guessing it's going to be Ultramarines. It's one of those things where if you think about it from the perspective of marketing, Ultramarines are now probably the most noticeable and understandable by a lot of people. I've had people on the podcast for Spawncast ask me about getting into the 40k universe, and like they keep bringing up Space Marine, and it's like that's where they seem to want to go. And like in my head, I want to tell them try Rogue Trader or something, so they at least get like a more widespread concept. But at the same time, the easiest to consume and understand approach to Warhammer 40k is at this point the Space Marine game. So it really is like Ultramarines are the easy approach. So I think they're just trying to put them everywhere. Because you see Ultramarines, and maybe you saw it through Secret Level, and you're like, oh, that's like Calgar, and, you know, and Titus and all them. That's why Titus is becoming a more key character in the story. Like, it's... Part of me wishes that what they did with Space Marine the game, they did with like Blood Angels instead or something. Right? That way we could be out here with like people still just getting into the game and being like, I want to know more about Blood Angels. And then you could like link them the speech he made at the final gate where he was like, will you run and all that. Because I don't know, Ultramarines are a little like two-dimensional. I like the idea that Gilliman doesn't want to like lead or try to like let the Empire survive, but he just has to as like duty. He's honor bound to do it as opposed to wanting to do it. He would rather the whole thing fall apart and burn. It's like kind of cool, but I don't think they touch on it enough. Mechanicus is cool. Like, side games from Games Workshop tend to be interesting, at least. And I do like them. I liked Rogue Trader. There's that new one coming up, though, where you play as, like, an inquisitorial group. And you get to, like, experience a lot of the different factions. Like, they show Kroot and stuff in there. That looked really cool. Demon Hunter was good. The Chaos Gate, I think it was. Was that the one? I think that was the one. Yeah. I liked it. Grey Knights are interesting. They're at least relatively interesting from a Space Marine perspective. They're not strong on the tabletop. I mean, they can be if you play them right, but like you're kind of limited a little bit. They do sort of fall into the realm of what kind of allies can you take? Because they are way too expensive per unit to be able to manage into most armies. for how little their defensive options are. Yeah, it was good. I liked all the updates they put out, like the DLCs for like the Dreadnought and the Assassins and stuff. It was a good one. Hope it did well. Like it would have been cool if it got a bump because of Space Marine 2 dropping. If people were like, what the hell are these things? That'd be awesome. Because you do get to experience a little bit more, and that's what I like. I would like for people to be able to be like, ooh, this sounds like an interesting side of the universe, and then they try it. Like the Necromunda Bounty Hunter game. I heard it was like okay, it wasn't great, but everything I've seen about the Necromunda Bounty Hunter game looks like you're gonna get an interesting piece of like Imperial lore, because you're just like a regular bounty hunter in a hive city, and you have to like take bounties and then go to the zones, traverse through them, find your ways to get to your targets. You kind of deal with like the inter hive city politics and stuff. It's pretty cool. All from a first person perspective. Dark Tide getting new content and trying to fix stuff. Yeah, Drago for the power creep. Drago was pulled out of the tabletop game. The army didn't work at one point without Drago, and then they put the codex out and got rid of him. No one knows why. People talk about Games Workshop having a weird, tenuous relationship with Thousand Suns. I think the Grey Knights are even worse. Like, they keep making the absolute worst decisions. And the assumption is you're going to get a new Drago model, but for now you just have an army that doesn't feel too flavorful. Like, Grey Knights are such a cool concept. I wish they gave more focus to the on-foot troops, though. I really do. It's kind of an issue, though. I feel like Grey Knights are in this state of constantly being at odds with Custodes. Like, you've already got Custodes as your super elites. So, your Grey Knights are also supposed to be super elites, but, like, in a more psychic fashion than Custodes. Like, how do you pull that off? Do you have to bring them closer to, like, how Thousand Suns work? Because technically within Chaos, Death Guard are kind of our Custodes. And then the Thousand Suns are kind of our Grey Knights. For, like, Hyper Elite. And, like, weird mechanics and movements and all that. And they just never seem to get it right. Dude, I wanted an actual melee Thousand Suns model. Like, where's my Osiren Dreadnought? So, okay. Something I've been thinking of recently with the Secutor robots. They've kind of set us up for an eventual Osiren drop, right? Because the Secutor robots suck. And the only thing that made them okay was when the frickin' Thousand Sun Terminator Sorcerer Lord could mark things for +1 to hit. Because then you could have the Meltaguns on the Secutor robots, and they actually worked, because they hit on 3s instead of 4s for their single shot. You were like, oh, okay, cool, it's not the worst. And then they took that away. So now you just have Secutor robots who aren't that great. But what if the Secutor robots, with their T6 and vehicle keyword, were able to be a bodyguard for an Osiren Dreadnought? How cool would that be? No, yeah, Grey Knights need a bit of a redo a little bit. They definitely need to keep their teleportation rule. I like that that's it for them, right? Like the ability to just like vanish and reappear places. I just wish it added more things in. Like if you reappear, everything within like 12 inches of you has to take a battle shock or something. Or like units that use it are people attacking them are -1 to hit. Till the end, or like till the next movement phase or something. Be kind of cool. I like the idea of the army that can walk through the warp by themselves. No, yeah, the robots aren't great. I built and painted 4 of them. We built them, I think. We were going to build them on stream, and then I decided I had to go do something. So I built them off stream, and then I just painted them that night. I was like, screw it, let's get these done. I don't want to fall behind. I just don't like it. I don't like... They don't feel like anything, right? Like, this is the Psychic Army. Why do I have a Man of Iron? What's happening? But at the same time, I'm looking at them like, T6, infiltrate with stealth, and the ability to free Overwatch. I kind of want 3 squads of 4 of them. We'll flood the middle of the field with them. And then have a bunch of flamethrower rubrics sitting behind buildings waiting for people to kind of move up and fail. I do think they have value in the Warp Forge. Just because you can reroll 1 hit, 1 wound with them. Just give them a little bit more consistency. You can also reverse tank shock with them. They're vehicles. As a squad, they're a vehicle. So if you charge into them, if I put them in mid to like hold a point and you're a melee army and you try to charge them, I can just be like, cool. 66 on 4, it's immortal. I can increase their power potential while they're attacking. Bunch of heavy flamers and light flamers. It's not the worst. They don't really tie into too many magical abilities, though. The only magical ability that really helps them is the extra AP. Because, like, who cares about reroll the hits when you have 2 flamethrowers each? Oh, 3 more to go. Close my window. My room's been pretty successfully aerated. Ah, Jesus. There we go. If the milliput gets here early enough, we might just keep the stream going. Try and build them. I can't paint them tonight because I gotta wait for the milliput to dry. So that'll be a tomorrow thing. I'm actually a little sad with my Sectar robot builds. I kind of noticed it maybe like halfway through putting them together and getting them ready to be painted. The heads that I used are like the same size as just like normal heads. Like they're the same size as the Votan kin links, like the Iron Kin heads. Okay, so the hope for Thursday is that that's all that's in Newswave. Is the Game Awards. Because, like, once you get it done, it's just done. It's fine. The issue is whether... Like, the main issue is, okay... So sometimes during Game Awards or shows that are like, here's new games coming out. Right? What they'll do is they'll be like, this game's coming, and they'll give you like a 10-second trailer. Okay? 10-second trailer. And that's the only thing that exists for that game on the internet is that 10-second trailer. But that 10-second trailer is maybe for like a third iteration of a game series that everyone knows. Or it's from a studio that like people have been waiting for a new game from. So John's got to talk about it. He's got to bring it up. He's got to like go over the history, the prestige. Meanwhile, that trailer is 10 seconds long. And I'm sitting there staring at my screen like, all right, I guess I'll loop this for like 5 minutes. That's the real trick. I mean, the reality is, this year and every year going forward for a while is the year of, do we believe this trailer? And the fact that I don't think anybody's talking about that is a little sad. Because that is the reality, right? Like, how many trailers have we seen where it's like, coming soon? Is it? Is it? You guys were so hyped about Perfect Dark coming. Tell me, whatever happened with that? This amazing game, this amazing franchise you guys were really building up hype for. How's it doing? No, he's not going to talk about the Total War. He's going to say Total War, and he's going to be like, that's probably something Evan will play. I don't really play Total War. I understand it's kind of cool, and I'm happy that the 40K or AOS franchise, I think at the time... Yeah, AOS at the time, we'll see if 40K does it too. Like, managed to really capture people's attention in that game. That's pretty cool. I'm just not that into Total War as a franchise. I'm actually into... At that, like, odd scale of a strategy game, I'm more into, I think it was, like, Endless Fantasy? I think it was Endless something. It was from the Endless Universe. Oh, Endless Legend. There's the word. I love Endless Legend. But I'm just a big fan of the Endless Universe. I wish more people got into it, because it is a really cool idea. The company behind it, rather than just like putting out random games all the time, figured out a way to put out games in different genres that are all tied. Oh, my Milliput's delivered. Okay, we might actually do it. They put out games that are all tied to a sort of repeating system. Like the factions, the races, the economy system, all of it. They kind of try to remix it to match other genres, which I really like the idea of. Because it makes for some interesting universes. Like Endless Dungeon is part of the Endless series, Endless Legend. Then there's Endless... There's the 4X version. I think it's called like Endless Galaxy. And there's like cool tie-ins and stuff. Because Endless Dungeon's usually related to the Endless Galaxy. Endless Legend, there's actual hints. Almost every the Endless like Galaxy version has a planet in it that's very unique. And it always has like wording related to Endless Legend. Like there's ruins and stuff that's very similar to how Endless Legend works. If they did 40... Yeah, well, how easy is it going to be for them to do 40k proper? You know, if you play Space Marines in Total War, you should only have, like, a couple units, right? Like, bringing a whole army of Space Marines to an area is not common. Very rare. The reality is you should be picking, like, an overarching faction, usually, for those situations. Like... If you're going to pick Chaos, you're mostly dealing with, like, demons and summons. Maybe an elite unit of some kind. And then you get, like, maybe one Space Marine squad. But there's no way they're going to do that. They're going to overblow how much you actually have access to. You're going to get, like, the full armies of, like, Space Marines, like all of them, just straight legions. Because that's what people want, right? It's Total War. At some point, you're going to want to send some knights towards each other and like a Warhound Titan. Yeah. Meanwhile, what the game should actually be is, oh, you're going to play Imperium? Well, you're going to get like 100,000 tanks and soldiers, like right off the rip, right? And they're not going to be good. Like a couple Aldari are going to be able to kill droves of them. But the reality is, there's only a couple Aldari. So, like, this small Aldari faction is now fighting your hundreds of thousands of Imperial Guard. And you're watching most of your Guard get slaughtered, but at some point you will kill them. Don't worry, you'll win. And then maybe somewhere along the way, you're going to get, like, a resource up that you could be like, oh, summon a Space Marine. And there's, like, a squad of 4 Space Marines show up and just wipe out the Aldari and then go away. And then that's just the game. It'll be cool to see who they put in and why. Like, how do you do it, right? Like, how... It's got to be across multiple planets. Is there a coherent story? There should be, right? Although I think they just keep adding factions. Or maybe that's just for multiplayer. Because at the very least in AOS, there's like rationale behind a bunch of factions suddenly like being in the same area. But in 40K, it's kind of rare for large forces to all be in the same area. Like maybe you'll get your like one-off Eldar Ranger or something, or Eldari Ranger. Like, maybe there'll be a couple different fronts. Like, a couple different planets. Orcs might be coming in on one side. There might be suddenly word of, like, a Drakari or something threat on another. And then maybe Chaos kind of shows up. Because Chaos is always the protagonist. The question is, who would the Chaos be? Is it going to be really cool? It could be the best thing ever. The biggest twist in the story. And the biggest reveal for the non-players of the game. The Alpha Legion. It turns out all the comms you've been receiving about where to go, who to fight and why, you'd been hacked the whole time. And you were being guided around by the nose by the Alpha Legion. The Ghosts. A faction that the Imperium doesn't even think they want to tell you about. And a faction that certainly doesn't want you to really know about them. I think that could be cool. Dorsal teeth. No, there's no way they don't. I think every game they've ever put out where they decided, like, maybe the Imperium is a side character in the story, those have all failed. Like, despite actually being kind of cool, like, there's a lot of moments in Fire Warrior that when you play it, you feel like, wow, I've actually learned more about the universe than I ever could have from the perspective of the Imperium. Because, like, every Imperium game is just like, Xenos, scream at it and kill it. And then you get to experience the Xenos side of it, like the weird side with the Tau being like, oh, we have to help these people. This planet's having problems. We need to figure out what we can do. We have to recover some of our, some of the people who have been taken prisoners by this enemy faction. We sent them as emissaries and now they're in the prisons. It's like a whole different feeling. That's what I would do in Space Marine 2. I play the sniper class in Space Marine 2, and I'm completely colored to look like the Alpha Legion. Every now and then we'd be going into mission and someone would see my color scheme and start talking in chat. Like, wait a second. Aren't you a Traitor Legion? I'd be like, what are you talking about? Ah, crap, my cloaking device. I mean... my paint's dulling. I'm definitely an Ultramarine. Don't worry about it. So... they did the Catan for a very short, brief moment in time at the end of Rogue Trader. Spoilers. I probably should have said that first. And I do think they should probably put a little more emphasis on Necrons. Like, out of all the writing that exists in the 40k universe, I think Necron might be one of the more interesting teams. Specifically because of Trazyn. If Trazyn didn't exist, they'd be, like, not interesting at all. More of like a story spotlight, because that was kind of a thing. Like they did a decent job, I think, in Space Marine 2 of applying Necrons to the story without actually having them in the story. Finding out, like, I think it was the grave world that you were on, like the funeral world, was also like a tomb world. That was pretty cool. Hell yeah, man. 9 more screamers added to the pile. 3 away from completely max. Flats applied. Now we just got to do the green. And then I'm going to run upstairs real quick. Grab my milliput that just showed up. And we're going to work on the demon princes so they can be ready to be painted tomorrow. And all my stuff can be up to date. I kept wanting to get more screamers, but like, I assumed someone local probably had some. And I could maybe get them for a discount. And I was right. It was like buy 2, get 1. I don't think Screamers get a refresh. I think Blue and Pinks maybe. But I don't think Screamers get the refresh. Honestly, what we do need, there's a gap in Tzeentch Demons, right? Like how other armies have like the Nurgling and stuff. We don't really, like, blues aren't quite there. I was thinking we get purple horrors, right? And a purple horror has the guaranteed ability. Like maybe you get 2 in a squad. And the purple horror has the guaranteed ability of when it dies, it becomes 5 pinks. The first one that dies is the one that the banner and horn can come from. And like these are kind of like big health bar monsters. I feel like, no, Korn has Juggernauts. We don't really have, like, the Juggernaut model. Like, these guys are always, like, a little closer to, like, Hounds and stuff. It's just, like, there's, like, a weird gap. And Slaanesh has a metric ton of potential models. Although a lot of them are technically just mortals, and they won't use them as demons. But like chariots and things, just freaking crazy. So AOS needs good mortal rules in the AOS side of things. 40k, they need to just assess how they want to use them. They either need to like revalue them, because like, okay, blue horrors have 0 OC. Their only purpose is to just screen in middle. Why are they so expensive? It's like the worst amount of points you can spend on something to go sit in middle. So, like, I feel like there needs to be, like, an OC built into that or something. Oh, no. The demon rules we have for Tzeentch are incredible. Like, all the stacking minuses, aura-based pluses. The fact of the matter is that the mortals... their big thing is rallying, but you can't rally from melee. Like, it doesn't let you rally in melee, and you're not good enough to kill whatever you're in combat with to be out of melee when it's time to rally. It's like the saddest thing of all time is it's just this squad that's like, yo dog, I'm good at rallying, and you're like, dude, you're never gonna rally. It's never gonna happen, bro. You will forever be rally free. Like, please don't build their entire premise of what makes them powerful around rally. That's horrible. And honestly, they should have given us 4+ invulnerables on in a 40k. They should have given us 4+ invulns on Zangors with shields. That would have made my day. I would have immediately purchased one of the old combat patrols. So I could finish out my Terminators and get 2 more squads of Zangors. Give them all shields, scout them up into middle with a 4+ invulnerable. Oh. Yeah, blues have OC1 and pure demons. I was hoping they kept it in our side, in the Thousand Sun side, explicitly because they did drop our points. They dropped blue points in Thousand Suns. Not a lot, but like a decent bit. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. They're going to be dropping blue points everywhere. That means I'll, like, you know, probably get a squad or 2 more for scintillating. It'll be fantastic. But then the scintillating points stayed the same. And then I saw that we had OC 0. Which, to be clear, is kind of okay. Because technically you can't control an objective. So if you do what I do with them, where you just chuck them in middle to prevent the enemy from being able to, like, scout to mid or whatever. And if they get the thing where they have to go to mid to, like, hold it, you have an annoying squad in mid that they might not kill. That they're going to have to, like, over-commit to so that they can get the full area denial points. That's what I use them for. Because if you get overwhelming force and I have a squad of blues standing on an objective, guess what I don't own? That objective. So, like, You can get overwhelming force. I don't have squads on objectives outside of my home that own them. It's perfectly fine. But I don't know. The few games of AOS I've played, demons have always felt like way better for Disciples of Tzeentch. Like they feel more unified because they have abilities that work across all of them. That's like the key thing is just you have abilities that are like, yo, +1 strength, yo, -1 hit for incoming attacks, and it's like, oh, nice. Thanks, auras. $40K though, they do need a little bit of like some redefining. I think flamers are the worst right now. Flamers are the ones that need like a second look. There needs to be something that flamers can do beyond just hitting something with a flamethrower. Especially since it's like no better than a rubric flamethrower. Outside of them being 3 bases with I think what, a 9-inch move and fly, they don't have anything else. And that's just boring. Fall back and shoot is like whatever. And in AOS, they should probably give flamers shoot in combat. That would make them awesome. Put them up on the front line, see what happens. Yeah, if I can get one more squad of 3 screamers, this is the primary unit type. People have said that scintillating, like some good scintillating lists aren't using the Soul Forged which is like whatever. But yeah, supposedly, because I know you're saying rework. Supposedly, at least in 40K, from what I've been hearing, the rumor mill. Here we go. Lords of Change are going to be enhanced a little bit here. They're going to be made to be a little bit more consistent. It is believed that some of their random things are just going to be given a baseline that's like good. Like there's a possibility we're getting damage 3 Lords of Change. Not D3, straight up 3. You'll still be able to choose something to upgrade them with. But you're not rolling for damage anymore. It's actually good damage. Yeah, it's supposed to be tomorrow. And again, rumor mill. I am not important enough to pre-see any of this. My local area is a bunch of like high-end players though, and from what I've been able to glean, something Games Workshop does is they tell a lot of the major players some of the changes that are coming in the data slate so that they can be ready with their lists for tournaments, as well for feedback, because if anything's absolutely crazy, these guys will let them know. But I've had a few times now because of these people, some actual pre-existing info that hasn't even been leaked about like data slate changes, because it's like a minor thing that no one really cares about, but it's something interesting to hear or find out about before it gets dropped, because then for at least me playing Thousand Suns and Tzeentch Demons, it's like, oh, I was prepared for this. And honestly, that's probably where like a lot of these rumors come from. I assumed it would be from someone like inside GW telling the content creators. But if GW tells the people who are like some of the higher ranked competitive players in the scene, then maybe that's where it's happening from. Because a lot of the communities are pretty tight-knit, so there's always a chance that one of the content creators is like in a group that plays that involves some of these people. I am intrigued though. I do like Tzeentch stuff. I've been trying to find a way to like incorporate it into different things in more interesting ways. I like Scintillating Legion. I'm not good with Scintillating Legion, but I like Scintillating Legion. It's probably one of my favorite detachments in all of 40K right now. I know, but that's what makes it great. The idea of having to like spend coins to give your opponent power. Like that was always an AOS thing, I thought. Like when you get to like that level of flavor, that's AOS. And for them to be like, no, we're bringing it to 40k with this detachment. It was like, whoa. Cuz it was Slaanesh. It was the Hedonites that had access to the whole like, hey man, that 3 you rolled, you want it to be a 6? If you say no, you take damage. If you say yes, I get power. Like, that was cool as hell. No, yeah, that's what... So, I played a game against a Necron player, and he was trying to not give me back my coins, but, like, you generate them for handing them out. So, I was just like... He was stocking up for, like, 4 turns, and he had, like, this big stack of my reroll coins. Because I use... So, you know how Games Workshop... Maybe you don't. I don't know. So, Games Workshop stores do, like, actual metal coins, usually every couple months, that they'll just hand you. You come in, you buy stuff, and they're like, oh, cool, here's a coin. I have tons of them. So I usually just pull a whole stack of them out when I'm playing Scintillating. And I carry them around in my hand. Like, I jangle them. To remind me that I have access to stuff. And then I hand them to people when I'm doing my rerolls. Or when I'm doing the enhanced ploys or something. It's great. And then his I wasn't killing him because, like, my punch up at the time were my Lords of Change. I do 2 Lords of Change and a Kairos. So my punch up was that. That's not enough punch up. At the time, the best punch-up we had was technically Soul Grinders. Because Tzeentch Soul Grinders are, like, the best damage output Soul Grinders there are. We have that, the Eye or whatever, the Gaze attack, that does just brutally high strength damage. It's basically a Mutalith Vortex Beast shot, but it's like D3 shots or something. It's brutal. But now we have can openers. We have these guys, so it works out. But yeah, like I was trying so much. I was doing the enhanced attacks with my Lords of Change to try to like bring down his Necrons. And like they would just save out. Like I wasn't killing anything. So turn 4, he had a bunch of coins, and he just, like, walked out and was basically just, like, spam re-rolling everything and just ended me. Because I couldn't kill him, and then him with re-rolls and a bunch of Doomsday arcs was just like, oh, this is sweet. It's like, no. No, yeah, the general fate of the demons is unknown, although I play Thousand Suns, so, like, it seems to be that they're just folding them into the main factions. Potentially, at which point, like, okay. I think at most I lose a couple heroes, like a couple of the more AOS-y heroes, like the Changeling and everything. But if they keep them over in AOS, then I still have a decent AOS army. I think I'm probably a squad of flamers away from having a really good AOS army. I mean, I don't like where the codex went for Thousand Suns, but I got a couple ideas. There's the slow project we're working on now of the Thousand Sun jet bike army. And then I think I have the rest of what I need for the Grotmist detachment. 2 squads, 10 Terminators with Terminator Sorcerer Lords. The Demon Prince on foot, 3 Winged Demon Princes once we're done the ones we're making here. Bunch of Zangors. Oh, they're pretty easy to paint if you know how to do it. Well, depending on how you want to do it. Everything's easy if you don't really put a lot of effort in. But yeah, they're a very different beast to play. It's why I keep going to EC, is because EC is like kind of easy. And the new EC detachment sounds a lot like what I'm looking for. It's just more straightforward in my opinion. Although I do think at some point I need to get like 1 or 2 EC Mauler Fiends. Maybe 1. Because that really is our punch up. It's just EC Mauler Fiend. I am kind of the local Thousand Sun player, so I have to keep going with them, though. I'm probably going to loop back into them. Even with the new detachment for Emperor's Children, I'm still, like, kind of iffy on them. Whereas the Grotmist detachment, I'm really interested in learning. Damn, he doing it. I just got my Milliput in, so I can start making those DPs with wings. And then I'm going to have 2 interesting 2K detachments to play. You'll be able to fight my kind of pseudo, not complete, but honestly the not complete version is probably the better version. Thousand Sun Jet Bike Army. I am interested to see Jack's Death Guard. Dirty Jack's Dirty Death Guard. Yeah, it's not bad. The question is, what else do you think he's going to need? I do think he needs an on-foot DP, but I think we can build one. Like, I feel like I've got parts. And if we get green stuff, we could probably create, like, a really cool one. Just for him to have it. Because I've got the base. Your computer wants you to play Darktide, bro. Yeah, my end seems fine. Had to be the Darktide update. Yeah, because I got those Blight Kings box stuff, which has some pretty good parts in it that look really nurgly. Because, yeah, I was looking at the new Emperor's Children detachment, and I might need an on-foot Demon Prince for my EC. I'm going to have to figure that out. Because I think he works decently in that detachment because of the whole +1 strength, +1 AP, and he can add more AP. No, yeah, we'll have to see. I don't want to grab anything else till Wednesday. What are we expecting for Space Wolves? Do Space Wolves have an armor detachment or no? Because that could be a gap for them to fill if they don't have it. Or maybe they lean into the Battle Shock style stuff, like what they're doing with the Night Lords and the Blood Angels and all that. And then the Data Slate hits, and it's literally everything we've been saying about Battle Shock. Battle Shock caused by opponents have to be tested out of, and it's like, oh, whoa. We're in the new era. The last arc of 10th is just Battle Shock and Leadership minus spam. Can't do objectives if you don't got no OC. Units with frickin' units with banner bearers that increase OC suddenly become hyper important. They're just gonna give the wolves the howl and the warp, the frickin' the Tyrannid passive. This is gonna be called the Wolf's Howl. Once per game, this detachment can force the enemy to do entire battle shocks across the entire team. Based on how many units have been killed so far, that is the minus to the leadership check. Because that's kind of like the Thousand Suns Grotmus detachment. When they announced it and people were looking at it like, what the hell is this even for? Half the stuff we had didn't freaking have psychic attacks on it. And we were just like, this is meaningless. Now they've hyper expanded it. It'll be good to get data slate though then. That way I can actually work on the lists. I wonder how long it takes for new recruit to update. Because I kind of want to just do the lists on the tablet through new recruit. That way I can just pick and choose them because that's where the cookies save since I don't have an account over there. I also need to check something actually real quick. Don't know if I'll be able to do the Milliput on stream. I forgot today was a day I gotta go run an errand around 5 o'clock. Might have time, but maybe not. But at the very least, my screamers will be done. So my 2K semi-jet bike army will be good. Well, done, not good. Unless... Dude, if I, like, cracked the code of the Thousand Sun Demon combo for, like, an enjoyable and usable detachment, oh, be the best thing ever. Not expecting much, though. be cool to see. Don't think I'm going to bring EC for the weekend, though. I'm just going to do my Chaos Demons and Thousand Suns. Well, the units I'm using, the only ones that really feel weak are going to be the Enlightened Zangor. I don't think they're going to be as useful as I expect. But I am giving them, like, the best possible chance on the front line by giving them the 4-up invulnerable into shooting. I don't think I'm going to bring them. I'm going to be bringing a giant box with my burbs in them. I'm going to be bringing all, pretty much, of my Chaos Demons that I have access to as Thousand Suns. I don't think I want to play Scintillating Legion this weekend. I'd have to bring my champions if I was going to do that. Maybe just one champion. I think at most you only really need, outside of Kairos, a Lord, or a Changeling. I think that's like it. Which isn't that bad to box. Changes I'm hoping to see. I don't know. Honestly. Reassessments to some of the Thousand Sun things. Pseudo rollbacks to some of the Thousand Suns nerfs. I know they're not going to go the full length because they needed to nerf some of it because it was a bit too strong. But honestly, Mutant Herd, they should give back -1 to wound rolls to the MVBs and the Chaos Spawn. They should. I mean, that's the detachment meant for them, and they got completely cut out of that detachment in terms of, like, something that could have a benefit. I get getting rid of the +1 to wound because that's insane. But it was a triple combo that made the MVBs really good in that detachment, and every element of that combo is gone. All of it. Like, it wasn't like one of them vanished and it's like, well, at least I get the +1 to hit. No, it's all gone. They decided you deserve none of it. Ooh, that could be cool. We don't have a Defiler, I thought. Do we? Wait, do we have a Defiler? I never think of the Defiler because I just don't... No, we don't have a Defiler. Or is it under a different term? No, we just don't have a Defiler, which means they would be adding the Defilers to us for Emp Children. That could be cool. Putting freaking Defilers in Emperor's Children, because then they could advance, shoot, and charge. Dude. If the redo of the visual aesthetic for the Defiler drops, and it can go into Emp Children, oh. Ho 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 ho. So for those who don't know, because that would be a lot of you, I think only Rand might, or only Wraith might know, if he remembers. But back in the old days of 5th edition, my army was 2 Defilers, 3 Dreadnoughts, an Obliterator squad, an extremely souped up Demon Prince Lord, and then like a couple squads of Marines that were all Thousand Suns. It was like 3 Thousand Sun squads with sorcerers at the helm. Right? I loved the idea of Defilers. And if you can give me a Defiler that moves 10 inches plus the ability to advance and still do things. Ho 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 ho. I'll rush you down with some Defilers. They should hand out some potential loan op functions. I don't know though. I don't think they will because the armor division we have in K-Suns allows you to give them loan ops if they're near tanks. And they get 18-inch loan op anyway in a squad. Which is kind of abusable sometimes, but not always. Yeah, Fat Mans. We're almost done all the Screamers I just picked up, like the other day. We got 9 more on top of the 6 I already have. But yeah, that new detachment for EC, if you have a Defiler, that's actually brutally good. Because you can increase, like I said, you can increase the strength and AP of the ranged attack a squad has. Which, I mean, that's Noise Marines all day. But, like we talked about, there's like a secret tech of doing it with a Land Raider. Because it's 4 las cannons, a heavy bolter, a havoc launcher, a bunch of combi bolters. Like, it's probably not combi bolters. But, like, it's a lot of different attacks that +1 strength might be interesting on, depending. But the +1 AP could be really cool on, like, that heavy bolter and stuff. Like, you get just weird statistical changes. A Defiler with +1 strength. Like, let's take a look at that. That AP in particular is huge, because the battle cannon sucks for AP, from what I remember. Thousand Sun Defiler. I think the Thousand Sun Defiler is also pretty cool. Visually, if the Defiler looks cool enough, I might have to buy like 4 of them. 2 for my EC and 2 for my Thousand Suns. But if it's just new heads, then it's like, eh. But the Defiler being able to Overwatch on 5s when a sorcerer is involved is pretty cool. Not amazing, but kind of cool. Well, that's the thing. Rand, that's why I did my Thousand Suns army in the same color scheme as my Vash army. I can just use them in my Vash army. So yeah, that oh, that's actually nice. So that cranks the Defiler Cannon to strength 11, which a lot of like armor 10 things, like I think what, Predators, Rhinos, the Vindicator's 11. That makes it a wound on 3 situation, which is nice. And then it's AP 2 instead of 1, which it's the equivalent of turning on ignore cover, basically. And then 3 damage, that's really good. You could slap some cool stuff on this. Reaper autocannon sucks on this. Why is it 1 damage? That shouldn't be 1 damage. Get like a las cannon. Get the las cannon to go up to strength 13. And then you charge in. You'll get strength 17 attacks, which is like, whatever. Right? It's cool into T8 vehicles where you're rolling 2s. That's fantastic. Or, no, it's 17. Never mind. It's 16 to 17, which is... AP4, so that's I think you maybe put a Defiler Scourge on the vehicle, because then that's strength 13, so you'll bracket past the 12s, and then your AP2 damage too. It's only 3 attacks, though. Not the greatest in this detachment. But, and this is a key thing, which is why this detachment probably dropped. So, let me show you guys what we're talking about here. Because this was something I brought up because it's the same as Vash. This right here. 1 Emperor's Children demon unit. So the first thing that comes to everyone's mind is, of course, the Demon Princes. It's Fulgrim. That's fantastic. This is also the Helldrake. This would also be a Defiler. Which means you can make a Defiler just walk through a wall. Which, that's the key thing. That was one of the key things in the initial release of the Vashtor list, was that you went 3 Defilers, usually 2 or 3 Defilers, and then you just kept them hidden on other sides of walls, which made people think like, oh, I'm going to be safe where I'm at. No, you're not. Not at all. 1 command point, Defiler goes through a building. Have fun with it. So, like, that's kind of cool. Because the Defiler keyword is demon. Let me finish up this last Screamer. Let me go grab the Milliput. We'll probably call it after the Screamer, because I have about a half hour, and there's not enough time to really get the Milliput going. I'm going to do the Milliput off stream so we can get the painting started tomorrow. That way my DPs can be done. I'm thinking about how my paint scheme would look on a... depending on what the Defiler looks like. My EC paint scheme. That's going to be a bitch. All of that non-metallic gold. Ugh. to do 2 of them. They'll look nice in purple. That's good, though. Defilers with the ability to actually go places is kind of the thing you need. And EC would be crazy for it. The whole ability to charge after advancing with a Defiler. It would just kind of put them over top of the Mauler Fiend, depending on their points cost. This new detachment heavily improves the Mauler Fiend, because the same thing, the Mauler Fiend can go through the wall. It's a demon engine, so it has demon in its keyword. So Mauler Fiend's capable of going through walls. Scurry! Hell yeah. Bam. Nine fleshy jet bikes. I gotta put the basing on. I'm gonna do a lot off stream, and then yeah, we'll work a little bit on the demons tomorrow, most likely. I already painted the armored components for the demons because we did prime them alongside What did we do first? Oh, the Sectar robots. I'm doing them in my purple and white for my Thousand Suns. But yeah, should be cool. We'll get to work on these bad boys tomorrow. So things on the list of stuff I'd be hunting for in 40k. An on-foot Demon Prince, either straight up, because it's going to be painted my EC color scheme, so it doesn't really matter anyway, or something interesting looking that can take its place. And then I guess 3 more Screamers to finish them out, and then to maybe go Psycho mode on a bunch of Enlightened on disc. And then we'll see about those Defilers. See if they're actually worth it, interesting, or what's happening. Good luck, everyone, on Data Slate Day. Hopefully it is tomorrow, as they keep saying. Good luck on, not getting screwed over. Good luck on being happy with the results. Some of the things I've heard, or at least one of the things I've heard, I am interested in, because I've always wanted a Lord of Change with flat damage. That'll be nice. We'll see if that actually comes true. Till tomorrow, guys. Later.